Cool. Here is this. Right. Testing, 1, 2. Have we got a good audio signal on this microphone? Ha 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 ha. Yep, right, that's good. And then we look at on here and on the live. There we are. Copy that. Oh, right. Hang on. I want to share the thing. Copy that. Let's share stuff. Say to Facebook. Minimal interaction with these sites. Just do the sharing. Because, yeah, so on LinkedIn, the share in a post, there we are, just that's it, really keep it simple. This, I mean, yeah, the whole thing about trying to, you know, do stuff, it's like, we're going to, also, I need to just post one in here, which is on this. So, all right. It's nice to see the keyboard sometimes. Can I do that? Yeah, it's fine. Put away this one. Headphones on today. Let me try that. As soon as I mentioned the headphones, they fell off. Headphones, wireless headphones, which is I like to use because then I'm not getting all tangled in wires, especially when I'm doing music. So, yes, I am streaming. Excellent, excellent. And I need the chat. I have to get the old chat out. Here we go. Pop chat out. Yeah, I haven't left room for the chat. Oh my god, they're so... I'm looking at a laggy mouse from the... It was just frazzling my brain. Seeing the stream and the mouse pointer moving on the stream that I could see while I was moving the mouse pointer around my screen. It's like, hey, how you doing? Good to see you. It's David. Maybe. No. Wait a minute. Which one are you? Are you David or are you Danny? Sorry, there are two people who use Kickoff 2, so let me know. Right, and maybe I got the map this time. Did I remember to save the map? Did I remember to save the map? I don't know. And we don't have room for the chat right now, so that's... You're the Irish. Okay. Hi. Well, you've got a theme. A theme. So let's take this, and I have to. Sorry, just got to adjust the stream configuration of the nation. So, Hal, play Danny's theme. Oh wow! Listening to it on headphones, and I was going, "Oh my god!" I was criticising that theme, left, right, and centre on my headphones. So that's sometimes there's problems when you're working on music. Let's send this to the bottom. Move to the bottom. Then, okay, I think that works. How are you doing? Ah, right. So, I guess we're in this view right now. I suppose that will have to do. You can't really sort of squashed in a bit. So I suppose I could expand it like this. Hello. How are you? Here's my Acol System 1. It's a bit... Let's just do this instead. Yes. Acol System 1 is over here. Here it is. As you can see, I've got my camera set up. I've got to adjust the focus. I've got to do some retro programming here. Some machine code programming. I'm going to try. I've been threatening to do this for a while. So let's see, the main camera, configure a video. Now the autofocus is lame, so let's just not do autofocus. I think that works. And the other one is then right light, as they like to call it. Doesn't make it very right in this case, does it? So we'll turn it off, and immediately it makes it really, really dark, because they want you to use the right light facility, so they deliberately make sure that if you turn that off, then the situation by default is unacceptable. Oh. You have to turn off this auto and then adjust it manually. And we'll just see if we can... Is that flickering there from the... I think that's probably alright. And then just reduce the gain. And sort of turn that around a bit. I don't know if you can see that properly. No, it's not really possible to read it, is it? You can't read that. I have to dim it down quite a lot. But what I could do is get this guy. Oh my god! I stuck this. You know, I do tend to use blue tack for things, right? Like just for holding things in place. Blue tack can be ridiculously strong. This thing here. Oh my word. I pulled it off, but you know what happened? There was a label stuck on the bottom of this. There was a label on here. Instead of the blue tack pulled the label off. Wow. Yes. All right. So I think that's what we need. Oh gosh, I need to do it like that probably. And then it's possible to get some kind of lighting that works. But maybe I can position this a little bit better. Yeah, that's not too bad. You can actually read that. 0 D030. So there we go. Why is the keyboard not working? Oh, there we go. Yeah. 0200. Look at that. Superb. All right, so Acorn System 1 programming, and I did sorted out the tooling for being able to save from the cassette cassette port, convert it into hex, and then load it back, so I can also do editing on the PC if necessary. So okay, let's just try a little adjustment in the old exposure. I think that's pretty good. Okay, we're cool. There we are. So, when I worked on the System 1 before, I was looking at the manual as opposed to the automatic. And the Acorn System 1 manual, here it is. So I'll bring that up. The user manual. The original user manual was not white on black. I modified that for that purpose. This is all shining on me in an awkward way. Hey Michael, how you doing? Yeah, I'm good. I'm good, thanks. Just trying to see if I can sort out a better arrangement for this. Get the light on there. Tell you what, it's fine. We'll just that this camera down here is sort of like whatever, but we'll leave it like that. So okay, and then the other thing was I was just sorting out the very always important now the map, which is still manual, of course. I haven't quite got to that level of sophistication. Yesterday, here are all the people who showed up. Eventually, we also had Zag, Garcia, Hugh, Alessandro, KP, Peter. And we had 2 people in Manchester at the same time. Oh, and yeah, and now we can also put on Danny. So let me Where's Michael? Oh yeah, yeah. You're Michael. You're in Manchester, aren't you? So, what colour? Ah, we have also another a new guy, Nig. How are you doing? So kick-off 2, Danny. Which colour would you like? And are you in? I don't know whether you're in Dublin. I can't remember now. Which part of Ireland are you in? I could put a dot on you. Same thing, Nig, if you wanted to tell me where you are on the planet and what colour you would like, and I can add you to the map. Okay, so what am I going to program on the System 1? That's a good question. I have this crazy idea of doing like an endless runner game on the System 1, which is it's a computer from 1980 or 1979. It's the first computer I ever owned. Well, not this particular one, but the model. It's got this little the calculator display is all you've got, and what I would like to do is try to make a game on this, which is what I used to do way back. You're from Nigeria. How you doing? From Nigeria. Okay, let me see if I can add you for that. Well, of course, where is Nigeria? Precisely. Oh, it's at the top of West Africa, Nigeria. There. Right. So we can. And what colour would you like? Let me know what colour you would like. I'll just put a little dot to remind me. So we have over there in Nigeria. And Bappo, hello Bappo, how are you doing? Where are you from? And what colour would you like? I can put you on the map. See, we're checking out a theory about the Dino Dini stream viewer fault line. It's definitely a fault line. All right, you like blue, but where shall I put you on the map? And as you can see, there does seem to be this kind of line that goes, well, not quite like that, but more like this. As you sort of average out all the different, it's sort of like there's this thing here. So we're testing out the theory that in the USA, that's pretty big. Which part of the USA, Bappo? All right, I'm not getting a colour for Nick, so what I shall do is just pick one. I'm going to go with a dark blue. And Alabama. So Alabama is somewhere over here, I think, isn't it? Let me just check. Alabama is next to Georgia. Just sort of here, right. So there we go, and like blue. So we'll put a nice blue here. Not too far away from Zag. who's in Texas, kind of at the world scale, not too far. Bappo. Oh, hello, Agent. How are you doing? We have an agent on the in the audience. Merge down. There we go. Back. Where are you, Agent? If you want to have you placed on the map, you can be part of this scientific study to see if there is a kind of fault line along the planet where people are watching my stream. Nig there in Nigeria is a bit of an outlier at the moment. If we take it to be this kind of line, it's currently looking like this. But there could also be the cross line, you see, which maybe is something like that. I don't know. Interesting. I'm good. Let me know. I'll add you to the map. All right. So, right. Right. So, the question then is, if I'm going to do an endless runner, which is a crazy idea, on a calculator display on an Acorn System 1. Hey, Daniel. How you doing? So, Daniel from Madagascar. Daniel's here. I could put like a little highlight or something, but anyway, maybe eventually I will make an app for that. Ah, you can't see the map, so you don't know what I'm doing. Oh, right. Hang on. If I turn on there you go. There's the map, so you can see what the hell I was doing, right? Because it's like, what? I'm filling in the map. So you're from Taiwan. Hey, hang on, we had someone else from Taiwan. That was that's Taiwan there, isn't it? My geography is terrible, but it's getting better. Yeah, that's correct. Just off Hong Kong. So we've got agent. It's an agent from Taiwan. How are you doing? So I'm going to just put in. I can't ask for colours all the time. If you come here frequently enough, you'll get to pick your colour. How's that? Right. And if you really come frequently enough, you can have your own theme. I'm going to put a dot in for say orange. So there was Dixie in Belfast, not Belfast, in Dublin, who wanted orange. But I think I'm going to make you green. I think orange is not a very good colour to use. You have to be careful with the colour orange. So, hey Garcia, how you doing? I'm from Chile. Oh my word! Here we go. All right. So I believe you're more. Let's do a green dot. Merge down. Can you be pink? I have to redo you. Maybe. 1 second. I'll see how I feel about that. I want to put in Danny, which I think is about here, if I remember rightly. Hey, Spendog. Your brother, Hugh. Is this the same Hugh here? He's very ill at the moment. Well, I wish him well. I hope he gets better. Hi to Hugh. We had another Hugh, but I presume it's a different Hugh. I hope everything turns out okay. Hang on. I need to replace the batteries in my remote and my wireless headphones. They're making funny noises at the moment, so let's do that and put that in there. So I've got Danny in there. We have someone from Chile. So that's where I'm dealing with, and while I do that, where's Eduardo? Where are you from, Eduardo? I can add you to the map. And where are you from, Spendog? Add you to the map. And while I am doing, I've got a recolor agent over there. Oh, and Eduardo from Chile. So while I'm doing that, hey, Garcia's here. Garcia has probably the most frequent visitor to this stream, has a theme. Hal, play Garcia theme. Hey, did the theme come through okay? I couldn't hear it because I needed to get new batteries in this thing. Ah, yes. Okay. All right. So on the map, where were we? I needed to do Eduardo, who is from Santiago, Chile. CH. Chile. Look at that. There's a picture here. Chile. I mean, that picture doesn't look very. Makes Chile look really tiny, doesn't it? Here. Chile. In France. Yes, it is very small. That's actually the wrong Chile. Ah, it's one L. Chile. Chile, France. I said France, but it's the trip from Chile to France. Sorry about that. That was a bit embarrassing, really. It's like Chile for everybody today. Is Chile. Chile has got one L. What am I doing? I'm making a fool of myself at the moment. There we go. So Chile is this sort of strip here, isn't it? Oh, Santiago is about here, isn't it? So let's put the dot on. And what colour did you want, Eduardo? Oh wow, everybody's coming in. So I don't know what colour. All right, so I'm just going to. You're going to just get the colour. I can't do the colours as well. Too many. So we're just going to go with a nice, tasteful blue. You can't go too wrong. Okay, red. You got it just in time. You can have red. All right. So here we are. There. It's a very. Chile is a very long country, isn't it? Very long and thin. That's amazing. Right. And so this one is Eduardo. Oh. User interface.
Hello, Dino.
Hello. Hello, Hal.
Hello, Dino.
All right. So if I put here 40. And merge that down. So we have Eduardo, and now I have to go back to the chat here. So where were we? Agent wanted to be pink. Maybe let's try it, since he asked nicely. What shade of pink shall we have? It's sort of like this kind of shade of pink. Yeah, that'll be good enough. We can go here, and then I'm going to actually get the eraser on and rub that out. And I can make Agent pink. I'm really disappointed, Agent, that you didn't say orange. You could have been Agent Orange. Where does that come from anyway? Where does that come from? Right, and so there we are. We have Agent. Okay, so there we are. Could we say hello to brother? I've done that, and then hope he gets better. Spend Dog. What's from Sydney, Australia, and it's pink. We have another pink. Well, that's handy. So we'll do another pink. Sydney in Australia. So Sydney in Australia. Just get the right location. That's what I thought. It's sort of over on the. Right, sort of about here. So here comes Sydney, and so if I Spend Dog. Right, there we are. Okay, so we've got that one. Rui, how you doing? Have you been here before? Because I think you've been here before, haven't you? But I may have had you on the map, but I forgot to save that one. So just let me know where you are, and I can add you. Cute. How are you doing? Cute, a cute doggo. Let me know where you are. Map getting some colour. Yes, absolutely. To Chile, right? We've been through the Chile embarrassment. How cute. I'm just doing the map right now, then I'm going to be doing some assembly programming if I ever get to it. Patma, how you doing? Let me know where you are. Yes, it's very long. You have all climates. I bet Andes didn't give much room to... I'm from the place of Greenland. Really? Wow. So if you're in... That's amazing. Greenland. I haven't had anyone from Greenland. This is... But you see, Greenland's okay for this theory about the line, the fault line. You know, it's this line that... Anyway, look. Let's do... Where are you in Greenland? It's like... which town, which city in Greenland? Greenland's huge. I don't know where to put you at the moment. So let me know. Patma, how you doing? Do I believe in God? Yeah, I mean, I believe the concept of God exists. Do I? I mean, I don't know. This problem is it's defying God. God is an abstract concept for the unknowable and the inexplicable. I believe there is plenty that is unknowable in the way that we define knowledge to be. So if you take God as being that which cannot be known, I'm more interested in philosophy than religion, to be honest. Turquoise. Okay, cute. Where are you? Did you say? Oh, yes, but where in Greenland? Okay, I'm going to take a guess. What's the capital of Greenland? I don't even know that. Capital of Greenland is the Nut Golf Club. Wait. It's like, it's an interesting country, Greenland. It's like nobody knows anything about I don't think Greenland. I know nothing about Greenland. I'm going to assume that you're in the capital, which is sort of just over here on the tip right there, because I have to put people somewhere. It's like, otherwise I'm not going to get on with the stream if I'm here all day doing this, which I don't mind at all. I think it's cool, but I'm going to have to take a guess if you don't tell me. So I'm guessing you're in the capital. Cute. Oh, and turquoise. Right. I'm going to attempt a turquoise. It's sort of... You'll have to... This is my attempt at turquoise. So that's cute. Cute. Okay, right, so let's get you in. Oh, wow. All right. And then, boom, merge that down. All right, so we've got that one dealt with. La, 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 la. Rui, yes, of course, Rui. You, I can't remember your colour. But Rui was in Portugal. Good to see you again. You can have turquoise today. Rui. Okay. 40. There we go. Alright, so Rui, blah blah blah. I forgot to save on, no problem, had fun filling the map in. You should outsource the minion map to a minion. That's a good idea. Maybe we could do that. Indeed. The capital of Greenland equals Copenhagen because it's a special Danish territory. I wonder how... I wonder if the people of Greenland would agree with that. I don't know. Here we are. So this is filling up nicely. We still have some evidence, but it's diminishing. Well, I don't know. Spendog over here is kind of like helping the fault line. Bappo as well. Look at that. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Presence. Yeah, that's fairly wise. Pragmatism doesn't care much about colours. Presence is what I care about. I like that. Pradago Berin. Are you from... I'm going to make the assumption that you're from Ireland. Padraig. That's Patrick. I don't know. Anyway, hi there, Padraig. Let me know which country you're in and I can add you to the map. Good. So, I'll just get back to what I was wanting to do. Window capture. No. Display capture. There we go. Right, Acorn System 1. Do you remember that? I want to try and do an endless runner on a calculator display. So, the first thing, if I want to do that, I need to make a scrolling display. Which part? Probably Dublin. But it's getting crowded there in Ireland. So I'll put you in as another green. La 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 la. I've just put you there. All right. So Acorn System 1. Where did I put you? Can't see. There we are. There's the current map, the current state of play. Bunch of new people. So right. So I want to do this calculator display. I need to figure out how to make the if it's just to make the thing scroll. So there's a question of how to display things on the screen. Well, the duck shoot program is the duck shoot game, which is in the listing here, is an example of animation on the display. So I could start with that. This is duck shoot there. And you had A9, right, but I can load it, which is what I'm going to do right now. I really should set up the cassette port though. I need to set up the cassette port properly. So that's going to be a bit of a pain. Let me try this. So I've got a cassette, connect up the cassette port to the sound card. I have a problem that I can't quite fit the connectors in. I need an adapter. I can probably use yes, I think I know what I might be able to use. A special little cable. I have to find it. Bear with me a moment while I rummage around. Because I think, yeah, this one might work. Oh, maybe. I need a short sort of extension lead for a headphone socket. I know I have one somewhere. I don't think it's in there. Is this it? These are jack to jacks. Oh, jack to jack, plenty of them. Jack to jack. I need a jack to socket. I saw one the other day. Jack to jack. Jack to jack. Jack to. Where did I put it? It kept cropping up. I kept seeing it from time to time, and then it's always like that. You keep seeing it, and then you go, where did you put it? Where is it? Because I could figure out another way. What other adapters do I have? I've got sorry, bear with me while I figure this out, otherwise I can't sort of do the thing I want to do. Oh, well, I could always get to this to it's really annoying. I've got one of those that goes into one of these. I know. Oh, I have.
Hello, Dino.
Hello, Hal. How you
Hello,
doing?
Dino.
Hello, Hal. Can you entertain the viewers while I'm looking for things? This is the one I was looking for. I have a weird cable I made. Like this thing. I made this like, I don't know, when I was a teenager. Like little tiny sort of miniature jack goes to 2 sockets. So as it happens, that will work. If I can plug it in. No, and it's a struggle to plug it in. Even this doesn't fit. Hang on. Oh wow. See, the problem, you can see it there, is I've got to push these 2 things into one socket, and that's really annoying. Alright, so still not found, so still don't have the problem. Maybe while I figure this out, I think we'll have to play a video. So tonight, in about an hour, we've got the single, which is a remix of it's a remix of Humming, and that's being released. That's my 3rd single. What I'm going to put on right now is God on the River, since somebody asked about belief in God. It's not a religious song, it's a philosophical song.
beginning was the Word. And the Word was God. I was walking along and right by the stream searching. I felt like a 2-year-old urchin. Was thinking about the sun somewhere behind the clouds. And the trees, they all agreed with that chattering sound. I went for the stars, but I could not see any, nor the sky above, nor eternity. There were no words to spoil or taint the scene. No black, no white, no grey, nothing to be. So tell me, did he really know what he was making? And does he already know the If God had a river of his own, did he learn to let go? Let it carry him down to where he needed to go. Was there anyone looking after the place where he would be? Thereafter I want to know about God and the river. Makes no sense, there can be no pretense. If you look at us, we're all like little children playing in the playground, but not so nicely. If God is our parent, then where the hell is he? Or she? Tell me, did she really know what she was making? And does she already know the ending?
That's Simon. Yeah, that was. We finished that song a while ago. Simon is he owns the studio I go to. It's very close to where I live. And we've been working on songs now for 3 years. I think we finished that one quite a while ago. It took a while before I.
An interesting thing happened a couple of weeks ago.
What's going on?
I got an email from
You did?
a guy. I'm not going to mention his name, but he's produced my old band's major record. Now,
very interesting. Who
when I
are
moved to
you?
Atlanta in 1994. One of the purposes was to start a band and.
Okay. Yes, that's right. That I sometimes watch that guy. Go to his stream. That was an unintentional thing of his from his stream. So anyway, I should probably improve my technique for playing videos. But we'll get there. Autoplay, exactly. Autoplay. Right, so where was I? What I need to do is make sure that the cassette thing is working. I did eventually manage to find a combination of cables that hopefully will work. Rick, that's right, yeah. So what I'm going to do is start off with Audacity, and we're going to check to make sure that, you know, the saving and loading of stuff is working. Because the thing, Rick Beto, yeah. So the thing is that this Acorn System 1, which is a, you know, a better view of it. Oh, there. Acorn System 1. It doesn't have a hard disk. It used to have to use cassette tape. You would record music on cassette tape. Well, you could use it to record tones, and so you would save your program on cassette tape and then load it in. So it's very important that I am able to do this. Otherwise, I lose everything as soon as the memory gets wiped. So let's make sure it's working. So it's set up with the USB headphones set correctly. I always need to just make sure that I'm not going to deafen everybody with the tones. Let's just try recording and see what we got. This is not correct. So the problem is that it could be any of a certain combination over here. So there's actually 4 different combinations possible. Let's try that one. No, that one didn't work. In fact, one of these combinations would be the right one. Let's try that one. Nope. Oh, because I've got them these the wrong way around. Okay, let's try this again. That way. So in fact there's 8 combinations. Oh. Right, that's not doing anything at this point, so let's try that one. I can just keep it going. Yeah. Okay, that didn't work, so I'm switching it. Switch this back again. No. Oh, that's disappointing. So that should be coming out from... Oh! Ah. No, I was right the first time. Okay. So let's just quickly go through the 4 combinations. Was it one, or that one, or... Oh no, it's this one, or only 2 combinations in this case. There we go. Right. Yeah. And yeah, I've got respect for the guy because he's kept going as a musician for a long time. That's not an easy thing to do. There we are. So what we have is it's recording at the moment a tone which is being produced by the System 1. And let's just do a quick test. 0200. Right, I'm going to save the memory from 0200 to 0210. And when I hit the save button, it's going to write that out as a series of tones, which I can record in Audacity here. So here we go. I do save. And it doesn't take long to write 16 bytes, but it's very slow. I mean, it's 30 bytes a second, 300 baud. That would be, you know, it's almost as fast as BT Internet. I'm just joking. You could see in here that you've got these lines, these marks here. This is 2 different frequencies, either the low frequency or the high frequency, and this marks out bits of 1 and 0, which are, you know, they can be read back in. So I'm going to just do the other way now to make sure that when I hit play, I can reload. So if I do L here for load and I hit play, let's try that again. That was a bit weird. Here, hit play, and then load. Oh, looks like it's picking it up. Let's just try that again. Let's try a longer one, because actually it was a bit short. So 0200 to 0400. Or 512 bytes I'm going to record. And so I hit record on here. Record, please. Okay, and I hit save. It's writing it out. This is writing out 512 bytes. You just get it's just blank while it does this. There it is. It finished. And so I'm going to stop that, rewind it, rewind. And then I'll hit play and then L.
Hello Dino.
You can see that that is flickering. It's actually showing you the individual bytes which are being read in a very CPU cheap way, which is just to light the segments of one of the digits. Because it's CPU intensive to read those off the tape. And there we are. So that part is working fine. Now if I open a recent file, which one was it? Open somewhere in here, write to system 1, test.wav. This should have the duck shoot program from like last night, I think it was, wasn't it? Or when I last, yeah, I think it was yesterday I was doing this, wasn't I? So let's see if I can load the duck shoot program. So I'm going to hit play, and let's see. Loaded something. Duck shoot starts at 0200, and there it is as the duck shoot program. Now, duck shoot game. So, duck shoot, very simple game from the original Acorn System 1 manual. It was the first game I ever typed in. And all that it does is it's pretty lame. It's a pretty lame duck. That is a duck. And you have to press a button 0 to 7 for the digits it's on at any time. So you might as well just use one of them. And see, if you don't shoot it, it does nothing. Eventually you shoot it when it's at the right one, and it sort of dies. It's quite cute. I always love the way that it sort of does a little U. Flying duck, dead duck. But it's a useful little example to work with, because it's an animated display. So if I want to get my if I want to do an endless runner, that's a good place to start. Now, I haven't programmed the Acorn System 1. I haven't programmed an Acorn System 1 since I was 13, so it is over 40 years ago. This could be fun. I'm going to write something with this then. So, but what I need to do is start. I'm going to start with duck shoot. This is 3465 forms of microtransactions. Well, you know, don't tempt me. You know, I mean, it would be quite funny to make a loot box for the System 1. Bring the System 1 right up to date. Ah, yes, I can lift it up a little bit. I forgot about that. I had to restore this System 1. Big problem was that one of the LED digits was broken in this when I bought this off eBay. I spent quite a bit of money getting this off eBay because they are very rare. You won't find any for sale on eBay. I had to wait a long time before one came up, and I grabbed it. It happened to be the one that's featured on the Wikipedia page for the System 1. It is actually that one, but it didn't work. So what I had to do, well, it worked, but it had that problem. It had several problems. One problem was a missing digit there, missing segment. The keyboard was not very reliable, because it basically needed cleaning. It stayed dismantled for several years, and then only a few weeks ago I managed to complete the restoration, which was a little bit involved. I had to make a ribbon cable. I made a special ribbon cable which actually plugs in to the boards to go from the top board to the lower board, because you can see it's on two boards. I figured out a way of making this display removable so that it's possible to do maintenance on the keyboard. I had to clean off the sticky back plastic that was used to hold the little metal domes under here. Cleaned that up, replaced the metal domes. In the end I used sellotape over the top of those, because since I can remove this. It's not a big deal to do maintenance on the keyboard. That was otherwise I'd be going, put more sticky back plastic on it, and then that wears out, and then you have to unsolder this, and then this breaks when you unsolder it, and whatever. So that did that, and I also then tried the cassette port and found that this didn't work. So I managed to source replacement parts for this, replaced all of the ICs. I know there were only 2 chips that were broken, but I replaced all of those. Cassette port was then working. I did manage to find, like 5 years ago, a replacement one of these. So this is a new old stock of exactly the same authentic model of that calculator display from the original system ones. And now so then I entered in DuckShoot. In fact, I entered this in yesterday in hex on the PC. I wrote a program which converts the hex from a text file into the tones that can load into here. I also have the other way. I can read the tones coming out of this and save them as hex. So this means that I could actually write a program that generated data and then read the data into the PC. My intention is to have that actually going in real time so that I could control the thing remotely. I could potentially put a ROM in here that would allow me to manipulate this a System 1 directly from my PC with a little protocol through the cassette port. There's quite a lot of nice interesting little projects that I could do just for the hell of it. So I typed this in yesterday. Now the problem is that there is a reality. The reality is that when you are doing this kind of programming, you really need to take notes. So I think, just doing it directly, typing it in here. I mean, here I have to go, here's the memory location. I'm going through memory, and I just have to type in what I want in the memory locations. It's a bit difficult to do this one line at a time and follow the program. So you need to write. I don't have Emacs. Okay. Oh, gee. Okay. I haven't installed Emacs on this thing yet. All right. Let's open up this solution. So I'm going to actually be using the bloated thing called Visual Studio to write the code that I'm going to put into the Acorn System 1. So what you have is, so let's just for a laugh, because I do like a laugh, let's go into Task Manager and just see how much memory is currently being consumed by what is effectively a text editor. Right. So if we look at the memory here, currently on my system we have 1 gigabyte of memory which is being taken up by OBS. Well, I can understand that. I mean, OBS right now is doing a lot. It's running 2 cameras. It's data from 2 cameras from 2 different windows, and it's streaming them. So I think we can excuse that. Google Chrome is currently using 878 megabytes. Now, I think that is to display Google Maps and the chat. So let's close the map and see how much we have now. It's dropped down to 720 megabytes. So basically, everybody, Google Chrome. What's it doing? It's displaying this window, and to display this window, just display the chat. Is currently consuming 780 megabytes. Well done. The bloat. The GNU, this map, the GNU image manipulation program, That's taking quite a bit as well. 700 megabytes. I mean, I remember when you could fit it all on a floppy disk. Photos. So this is to display the manual. Now the manual is not very big. It's 80 pages of text, but of course it's stored in an image here. You know, so it's all images. 80 pages of images. 400 megabytes. Visual Studio is actually currently at 366 megabytes. Now, I'm going to be using a program that's currently consuming 366 megabytes of memory to write a program that runs on a System 1 that has 1K of memory of RAM in the entire system. Now, because I quite like mathematics, I'm going to do a calculation. There's a point to all of this. I'm so sick of bloat. What did we do? We destroyed the wonder of computer science with bloat. We bloat. Look, just how crazy this is. 366 megabytes times 1024 times 1024. It's 451,239,936 bytes. So what I'll do, just for a laugh, is see how many times, how many Acorn System 1s would be the equivalent of the memory taken up. This is all an act, by the way. It's all an act, by the way. By the Acorn System 1. By Microsoft Visual Studio. How many Acorn System 1s could we fit in Microsoft Visual Studio? The answer's coming. We'll divide this by 1024. Yes, it's 440,664 Acorn System 1s would fit in the memory footprint of Visual Studio. And I'm going to use Visual Studio to write the program that is running in my System 1. 440,664. There are not 440,664 System 1s in existence. You just couldn't find them. There's probably only 1,000 in existence. I mean, jeez, what happened? Hey, Lenny, how you doing? What do you think of all of that? Bye-bye. Yeah, exactly. The really crazy thing is that you find these days that people that want to do something, you know, they'll get a microcontroller, pick whatever thing, they want to do something like, I want to set up a toggle so when I press a button it toggles the light, you know, and the point is that this thing can do actually a lot, even though it's technology of 40 years old. Of course, there are things you can't do with it. You can't connect to the internet, you can't play video, you can't do anything that's really CPU intensive. Of course not. But we actually get computers to do some pretty trivial things that we could do 40 years ago as well. It's part of the thing I'm exploring here, you know. It's just how far can we push this? Because, you know, my computer is not 440,664 times better than that. Where did we go wrong? Anyway, right, so I've now got this crazy situation where I'm going to use... I mean, it wouldn't be so bad if I was using Emacs.
Hello, Dino.
Exactly how. Maybe, you know, I should have just used Boost.
Boost, boost, boost.
Yeah. We want that bloated, object-orientated something technology. Superfluous. That was it. Bloated, object-orientated, superfluous technology. Boost. Okay. Right. So this is the actual program in here, but currently my sort of text format requires that I put each byte on a separate line, but I'm not actually going to use that because I'm going to enter it in. I'm going to do it the old-fashioned way. I just want to have a text file to work on. So if I add a new file, which is going to be a text file, and so I'm going to close that. I can use this for my notes, right? Okay, the program, let's have a look here. We started off with A91F. Now you see, the thing is this, because you're writing in machine code, there's no assembler. You know, talk about assembler, you can use mnemonics which sort of help you. But we're going hardcore here. You know, what's A91F? This is load the accumulator immediate 1F. Now this is, I'm not writing here assembler as such. This is my own, I make it up. It's just a, yeah, it's actually, we can see it here. It is exactly correct. I use the exact syntax. So load accumulator with 1F. So what this is doing is it takes 1F, literally 1F byte with 1F in it, which is 00011111, and it puts it in the accumulator, which is a register inside the CPU, which is a 6502 CPU running at 1 megahertz. Okay, and then there's 85, which is write whatever is in the accumulator to a memory address. The memory address is OE. So this is store A at memory address, and they're using this 0 OE. So this is store the accumulator in 0 page memory. Now, what's 0 page memory? 0 page memory. Just check the time because I've got to check the time because of the. I don't want to miss the premiere. Right. I hate that when that comes on because usually it means that there's that comes on when I lose the stream. Hello, Hal.
Hello, Dino.
Okay, right. So, just checking the audio is working. Right, so 0 page memory. The CPU can address. The CPU can address 64K of memory. Now, it's 64K of memory. Why 64K? Because that gives you 16. It has 16-bit address bus on it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. And so 16 bits, the combinations that you can have on there are 2 to the 16. 2 to the 16 is equal 65536. So you could expand the 6502 processor quite naturally to have it address up to 64K of RAM. And the Commodore 64's name comes from this. It's not a 64-bit processor, but you could have 64K of memory. And the Commodore 64 used the 6502 as well. So it would be possible to plug into this connector here expansions, and I will want to do that at some point because I did actually do this. I made a video card which I plugged this into before I got the Acorn Atom. I actually made a video card and I was writing programs for the ASCII display running on a television before I started with the Acorn Atom. But the Acorn Atom came out, then I started using that. But I wish I still had that. It was a project in Electronics magazine. I remember it had 1K of video memory, Hey, Tony! It had 1K of video, or ZAG I should say. It had 1K of video memory, and the way that was built was in 2 pieces of Veriboard with the 8 RAM chips, which were all 1K, 1K single bit. Each chip was 1K of memory, 1 bit. And it had 8 of them with the legs sprayed out, put between 2 pieces of Veriboard. And it's actually that was because most of the pins need to be connected together. So it was done that way, and I built it that way. It's like you could never really take the thing apart again. But anyway, it worked. I successfully... Well, it even had a UFH modulator so that you could connect it to the UHF input of your TV. And I had it running on this old TV that I got from somewhere, I don't know where. It was called Tito. I called it Tito because it was really on its last legs, and it was named after there was this dictator that in the manner of dictators, you never know, when they die they seem to continue somehow, or you never know whether or not they're dead. Anyway, he was on his last legs or whatever, so it was yeah, I don't know if I've ever told anybody that, but anyway, the nickname for this TV was Tito, after President Tito. And I had to keep it going. I replaced the capacitors in it, and it was a black and white TV. I loved the thing. Black and white TV with a big screen. And so that was my monitor in the garage that I plugged the video card. I really would like to just do all of that again. But anyway, I digress. So this thing has only got 1K of RAM. So the 1K of RAM in hex goes from address 000 to 0400. This is 4 pages, right? 4 pages of 256 bytes. And the 6502 processor has some sort of hardware optimizations just to make the chip less complicated, that it sort of separates memory into pages, because it's only an 8-bit processor. It can address 16 bits of memory, but it does so in blocks of 8 bits, which is 256. Page 0, so if I write out the pages, we get this. Now 400 I can't use because there is no memory there. In fact, if I go into here, let's see. The camera died. So let me just I have to fix the camera. Why did the camera die? Activate. Oh, I hate it when it does this. I have such... Yeah, there we go. I managed to coax it back into life. Oh, it's not working very well though, is it? Look at that. Oh, that's so irritating. So just bear with me a minute while I try something. I'm going to... There's always a risk with this that it causes my computer to blue screen. I've disconnected the camera. If I suddenly go offline, it's because my PC blue screened when I was messing around with this. It's Logitech. They're great. I'm using Logitech technology here. Yeah, okay, so that fixed whatever the problem was with this fabulous Logitech webcam. It's great. Properties. And the video settings for it have gone screwed up as well. I configure video. Advanced settings. I don't know, is that okay? Yeah, you can see that all right. So if I go to address 03F0, this is very close to the top of available memory. 7ACA, I want to just try and improve that a little more. Configure video. Okay, if I do that, the contrast is pretty poor. I suppose I can just improve the contrast a little. Oh, that's pretty smart. I like that. That looks okay. So you can see 03F1CA. I'm going through the memory until I get to 400, and it seems like there's something there. But if I try and modify the memory, it won't modify because there is no RAM at that point. So I can have a choice. I can have the reflections in here. Yeah, that's a little clearer, isn't it? Let's leave it like that. So, all right. So what you have is there's the 4 pages. So we'll say this page 0 is the first one, and then there's page 1, page 2, and page 3. Ah, Zag. I almost forgot. Well, I did forget, but then I remembered. Hal, play Zag theme. Zag's theme. You want a countdown? There's a trick. If you put OE into location 1F, that's funny. That's what those 2 instructions do. If you do that in the editor, then it causes this to happen, which is quite interesting. It's actually going through all of the memory downwards, countdown through all of the memory. And there's this weird thing that there's no memory here. So when there's no memory, it seems to display the same as the top 2 digits. I don't know why it does that. So anyway, right, so you've got 4 pages, and this page is 0 page. This one is Jimmy page. Sorry, that's a lame joke. This one is the stack. And then this is actually program memory, as is that. See? So that's the thing. The stack is fixed. You can't move the stack anywhere. There's 256 bytes of stack, and that's all you've got. Zero page is there are special instructions, fast instructions that just access zero page. And so zero page is very important. It's where you tend to put all of the variables that you need accessed frequently, where performance is important. So, all right. That's a little bit of background. So what this instruction does, A91F loads into the accumulator. Ah, yes, 6502 has a number of registers. Well, 3, A, X, and Y. But there's also the status register. And there's also the program counter. There's also the stack pointer. But, you know, there are limited instructions available for manipulating those. The actual main registers that you use, there are 3, A, X, and Y. And so this load 1F into the accumulator and store the accumulator at 0 page address 0E. And then I'm going to just do 4C, which is jump, to 04 FF. Along the philosophy that I was talking about yesterday, about what's the smallest change that you can... Hi, Rui. What's the smallest change that is testable that you can do? 10 minutes to the premiere. When the premiere comes on, as is tradition, when I have a release, I'm going to stop the stream and go and do the premiere, and then after the premiere I'll come back and restart the stream. So this is only a minor release. The song is a known song, but it hasn't been released on Spotify, but it will be released on Spotify from midnight tonight. So I'm going to just get the link to the premiere of Hummin'. So that's on there if you want. Go, and that's in less than 10 minutes. Be heading off over there for that. I don't know if I can do that while streaming, actually. I'll try. Actually, maybe I can stay on the stream. I think that would make sense. I'm not sure what happens when you do it. I suppose it's got to work. Yeah. So I'll do that. You couldn't see that up there. I thought, what's going on? You can't see that. It's like there. Yeah. Palm layers of palm muting. What is it with palm muting? What about? Is that something to do with face palming, or face muting, or trumpet muting? Okay, right. So, meanwhile, back at the ranch, 4C is jump to address FF04. Let's just check the manual. Next page. It's jump. Well, it says restart. So restart is jumping back to the monitor program. But let's jump back to the operating system. So basically what we'll do is when I hit G, the button here, and type in an address to go to, it's going to jump to address 0200, because that's where my program is going to be. So you end up with 0202, 0202 and 0204. And so there we are. This very simple program. And what it does is it writes OE to address in 0 page, sorry, 1F to address OE in 0 page, and it will do exactly this. We like typing it in. So let's try this. 0200 and hit M again. And there we have A9 1F. Oh, look, because that's how it started anyway, OE. But I'm going to overwrite this to 4C 04 FF. Then I reset, hit G. Look, it's remembered the address. There are programs that take up a gigabyte of memory that don't do such a good job of remembering the last setting that you did. But this thing remembers it, so I can just need to hit G twice. And as you can see, that's run the program. The program has set OE in address, 1F in address OE, and ramped back to the monitor. So that's great. Let's have a look at the thing a little bit more. 7 minutes to go. So here, what I'm interested in is how does it sort of manipulate the display and then get the operating system to run it. So there is a call, which is this one, 20OCFE. So what that does is, if I remember rightly, jumping to that address, this is the ROM that the operating system has, because there's 1K of RAM. There's, I can't remember how big it's not very big. There's a small amount of ROM, which has the monitor program, which is the thing that runs the keyboard and display. So to actually convert the bytes for the display into this that's visible here, you can use the operating system, and you really should, because otherwise you're using up very valuable RAM. Right, so what I can do is jump to subroutine, which is opcode 20, and it's 20OCFE. So let's put that down here, 20OCFE. Okay. However, when I finish with that, when it comes back from that, I need it to, not just run into the void and crash. So what I'm going to do is add at 0207, at 0207, I'm going to do 4C 0402. So this is actually jumping back to the previous instruction, a bit inefficiently, but it's doing that. Notice that the address is inverted, so this is 0204, but the CPU expects the least significant byte of the address first, so it has to be written 0402. It's a bit confusing. This is the next program that I'm going to write. Again, I'm using the philosophy of the smallest testable change. Now, since this is the type of literally the type of programming I originally did and the steps I'd have gone through, although I'd have been very much less experienced about programming when I did it, this really rammed home the idea of the smallest testable change. So I'm going to do this, let's see, so 04, it's got to be 20 OC FE, and then I need to jump backwards, 4C 04 02. Reset. We're going to, I seem to have lost, oh yeah, that's because it's scanning, yeah. 0200, the program modified the start address. Let's see what happens if I run that. See, it's interesting, look at that. Reset. I run the program. It seems like nothing happened. But then I say, it's like, it's phony. Nothing. It's like looks like it's normal. Then I start using this, and why does none of the controls work? Because what it's doing is it's not running the operating system. It's just running my program, which is saying keep displaying what's on the display. So what I have now is I'm able to write code that will modify the display. This is what I'm going to do next. After the premiere of Hummin' Remix. So for this, let's see, I've got this ready. Yes, premieres in 2 minutes. Please go over there. And if you can probably stay on this stream and also go over there. You click the link. I'm going to switch the camera view here. There we go. Very soon, very soon. I can carry on with this right now, actually. Carry on with both. Why don't I do this? I can... no, I won't get fancy. Let's just keep it simple. Okay, so I wonder what I can do here. So in the... when I get to 0207 here, which is 3 bytes on from 04, and 60 seconds, in 2 weeks, my plan is in 2 weeks' time to release The Garden. I have to sort of try and set that up this weekend. Get it on CD Baby. I need to know the address where the bytes are stored, and I seem to remember it's 0010. So I'm going to see if I can, when this runs, I can modify one of the digits. Maybe set it to FF, all the digits lit. Why not? That would be A9 1F and then 8510, if I remember rightly. And then it's going to jump back to the same address. How are we doing? It will begin shortly. If you go to the premiere, if you're on the stream and you go to the premiere, you boost the numbers on the premiere. This helps the algorithms pay attention to my music and the work that I do. I'm going to be putting out more songs. It takes a lot of work. Maybe not so much for this one, but like God on the River, that was a lot of work. I played all the trumpet parts. I played all of those. We recorded so many tracks on that. There was even a guest appearance by a lap steel player. All live instruments. I'm really excited to be getting my music out there. But, you know, you always want to have your music heard. We've got 2 minutes. It's a little bit... It's a little bit annoying that I can't pick the music. I'm going to type the program in. A9 1F 850E 20 OCFE. A9 FF 8510 4C 0402. There are 4 people watching. 24 seconds.
When things don't work out, there ain't no need to shout. Just keep on humming, humming. When you're feeling small, hear the universe is cold. When there's trouble coming, just keep on humming. We're humming. We're humming. We're humming.
Thank you for watching, and those of you familiar with that song already, not that different, but properly mixed. So I hope you enjoyed that, and that should be available on Spotify now, and well, allegedly everywhere. So CD or CD Baby Do. Cool. So where was I? Thank you, Eduardo. And what I do with my videos, there's often little messages. Ah, it was too short. Ah. I've been trying to make my videos shorter, you know, just from time, at least have some which are a bit shorter. Because otherwise I end up sort of like with these. Well, thanks, Rui. Your unwife said it was very relaxing. Glad she liked it. I suppose there's a kind of a relaxed resignation to it, you know, when you're humming. Hey, you're humming. The actual story, the actual origin. I could do a 15-minute version, I suppose so. But just wait until we get to The Sun Is in the Ocean. There's this song. It was an improvisation over about 18 minutes in length, and the song did not want any of the words changed, so it's like a stream of consciousness thing that I improvised the lyrics over this sort of repeating pattern, and I didn't change any of the lyrics. I left them exactly as they were, but it does mean that it's 18 minutes long. So just wait for that one. We've done some preliminary work on it. We're going to come back to it at some point. The sun is in the ocean. I did actually post on my LinkedIn the words to the sun in the ocean. I wonder if I could look for that. So that has been sort of published on LinkedIn, of all places. Why did I do that? Who knows? I'll have a look for it. So where is my profile? I don't know. Where's my profile? There we go. We go to the profile, and I'm going to be looking for the sun in the ocean. See all activity. Yeah, I don't know. Like oh, this is funny. Bitcoin explained. You should check. Oh, you can't see that. You can't see what I'm doing, so that's fine. You'll see in a minute. I'm just looking for the post for the sun in the ocean, since I'm talking about it. Posts. Oh, there we go. There aren't so many articles. Did I put it as an article? I did. It's my last article. Boom. Yeah, Mike. It's the same recording. It's just been remixed, and was an edit put in when the owl comes up, because it's kind of a reggae flavour. Simon did that. I think it really works well. He just puts in the classic sort of reggae echo thing. So anyway, so we didn't mess with the speed. The sun is in the ocean. It doesn't take 18 minutes to read it out. The time of the rising and the songs of the waves, the time of the open door, the day of the waves and the hum, got in time if you're old, in the coals of the writing on the wall. Time, can you hear what the day breaks? The sun in the ocean, oh, the sun in the ocean, calling to the river. Hey, sometime, the day of the window soft, the calling of the day, the wonderful light, and someone is grieving in the middle of the universe, between the stars and matter, and the dying ember you can hear through the eons and eons. And I cannot appear too quickly in the silence of the waves, the suns in the ocean, oh, the suns in the ocean. Talking through the window of the empty rising, so surprising, the sun it greets you through a gentle haze of morning, calling you, the suns in the ocean. And if I could reach out and touch the moon, I could feel its ember. If I could reach out and touch the moon in the ocean. It's so easy to think that the way has parted, that there's no opportunity. Sometimes I wonder if it's all fall is me, 'cause the sun in the ocean. And the light, it caught the edge of the window pane where the glistening raindrop still wanders, and the last ray as it travels to you across the ocean, flicked off the window pane, scattered into a million moments, and tried to wake you, but you were not sleeping. The sun's in the ocean. And the crystal clarity as I waken, amble to the strange preamble of the daylight, lifting me higher from the fire in the ocean. Sometimes I wish I had a clue what to do. The song is me, the song is you, the ancient clue, the words that were written. They tell of a story that never changes, immortalized between the pages of the ages. The sun, the sun, the sun in the ocean. Crystal clear, my dear, I fear we will steer down together, whether or not we choose to. I reach out back through the ages. I can almost touch them, those early sages. We think we're so good at what we're doing. There's the road to ruin. No one to forgive, no one forgiving. But if you can hear, between the stars and between the trees and between the eyes and between the leaves and between the seas and between the green. In the depths of the where, if you hear, you can be there. There's a space somewhere. There's a race to get there. There's an ancient call. Have you forgot it all? The sun in the ocean. I hear the rain. It taps on my shoulder, reminding me that I'm growing older. I see the flower, yellow with the dew. That's wonderful for you. The sun's in the ocean. Crystal gaze of the dying ember with the shiny reflection of never. I hear the crack of the black, the smell of the cold, and the tree that grieving has been buried. Rest in peace, exhumed anew, releasing what was kept, releasing what was kept. The sun's in the ocean. So that goes on for 18 minutes. It's slower when you put it to music, right? Really didn't want to. I normally edit them down. That one really didn't want to be edited down. So, what was that? Humming. No, I've already covered that. The origin of humming is quite funny because we have Hal to blame for it, because basically I was typing in phrases for Hal to say, and it was like for what's his name? We haven't seen him in ages. It was originally a theme for music. Oh, what's his name? I've forgotten his name. Anyway, haven't seen him in a while. But so anyway, I wrote a theme. This is a theme, and then when it was playing his theme, it was supposed to say "Hello, human," but there was a mistype. Music links, thank you. There was a mistype, and instead it became Hal said human, humming. Sorry, instead of human said humming, and so that inspired me to write the theme for Music Links that was humming, and that's how it started. So thank you very much, Hal. Thank you very much, Hal. Thank you very much, Hal. Hello, Hal.
Hello, Dino.
Can you remind me on how I say that? Because obviously I'm not saying it the right way. Thank you so much, Hal.
You're welcome, Dino.
Okay, right, we got there. We got there in the end. No. Hey, thanks, Mark. Oh, it's Mark. How are you doing, Mark? What happened to my headphones? Batteries died again. Alright, they obviously weren't properly charged, so I'll have to go change that to get my headphones working. The Humine thing, no, it was nothing to do with that. Humine was nothing to do with Mech, or whatever is the name of that fool. Mr. Alt-Right. I imagine they paid him well. Yeah. I'll see. Okay. Thanks for that feedback. Yeah. Apparently I did the voice. Yes. My voice went squeaky. If my voice goes squeaky, I do apologise. It's unfortunate. Okay. Squeaky voice. Squeaky voice time. Oh. That's in lottery. What's happened to my... Why is this not behaving itself? Call the which police? 1 2. Hello. Are you receiving me? I'm not hearing myself too well. Hello. 1 2 1 2. That's it. Cool. All right. Who attacked what? Ah, yes. Gamer Culture Police, exactly. I think what I'm going to do, I knew there was something I was about to do that was important. How? Play Mark theme. Good to see you. So, Mark is on the map. Where's the map? Are you on the map? What's this? User account control. I don't know where that came from. No, I don't want to install anything. There's Mark. We had quite a few people. I start the stream these days and it's like I get a few people. I think they've gone now. but it's certainly sort of filling up, isn't it? Oh, must remember to save it. It's very important. Don't want to go through that again. Save as. Today. Did I already set the date? Oh, it's the 13th. Well, it was the 13th. It's the 14th now, but it was the 13th. There we go. The map is troll bait. Maybe, but that's fine. It's like it creates the impression that I know what I'm doing. That knocked out my headphones. Here we go. All right. Well, carrying on with the fun. If I go here and I run the program, I'm hitting the wrong thing. If I go here and run the program, you can see that actually lit up as an 8. So that was correct. There are 8 bytes, which each byte is displayed on there. So what I think I'm going to try to do is display a message or a test. Maybe I'm going to fill up the display. Right, that's it. So what I'm going to do, A9 FF, not A, right, A0 is load X. So let's try another program. A0, if I remember right, is load X immediate. I'm going to load X immediate with 07, 17, actually. Right. Now, in order to, what I need to do is actually just check the manual pages for the instruction set. Well, here it is. We've got load X. Ah. Oh, I see your comment. Yeah, no, but she's right. I mean, you know, I've got to try and make sure I don't do the irritating squeaky voice, because that's annoying. So I appreciate the feedback. Okay. So I need to do load X. Which I thought was, yeah, A0. So if A0, load Y. I always get those confused. A2 was load X immediate. So A2 load. This is load X register with the value of 17. Which is fine, and then I need to store it, and I need to store in, because I don't remember. It's really indirect addressing in 0 page. Store A ZX. It's 9.5. So 9.5 is store the thing at address actually, you know, I should do this, right? And then what I can do is that. So this is store A at address, well, yeah, I can't remember how the syntax was of this. Yeah, it's 9.5 is store A ZX10, right? Store A ZX10. 10. So what this is, store in 0 page, indexed by X. It does the address 10 plus what's in the X register, which is going to start off with 07. And so it's going to store A in address 17. But what I'm going to have to do is insert in here O2. You see, you can insert. Can't do that there. You have to type all the code out. But since I have a way of editing and loading and saving, I do have a kind of a workaround for this, which I could use this as an editor. But right now I'm doing it kind of like old school. So I need to load something in here. I'm going to load FF in here. So that's all the bits set. Load A hash hash FF. Load A hash FF, and then I'm going to store A to ZX10. Which is going to be 9, and then AB, and then O20D. We need to decrement X, which is, I want to say it's 88. Oh, X, that was decrement Y, so close. Decrement X, where are you? Dex was AC. So right, AC, which is decrement X. So X, subtract 1 from X, and then we go to E, and then on this one I want to do branch if well, I need it to actually do the case where A is 0. So it's branch if plus, because then it will become negative. So BPL is 01. Oh, I was the wrong way round. Okay, it's not AC, it's CA. I had it the wrong way round. That's CA is Dex. Then the next one is branch if plus, which is 10. That's better. And then what we have to do is I want to branch backwards. So I don't have any labels, you see. What I literally have to do is start at the address following this. So I don't know what that is yet. 0210. This would be where it would get to after this. I'm going to check that this is all right. 2 bytes, 2 bytes, 3 bytes to 7, 9, B, D, E. Right, that's correct. From here, I need to go back with FF, FE, FD, FC, FB. So that's going, if I put FB in here, it branches back. It's like branch if plus to O2OB, where it's relative. Because of FF, FE, FD, FC. I got it wrong. FF, FE, FD, FC, FB. No, that's correct. FB. Right. So this jumps back to there. So I have a little loop. So I set FF. The address register has FF in it. The X register has 07 in it. I then store the A, which is FF, at address 10 plus what's in the X register, so that's 17. Then I decrement X, and I jump back until eventually I hit 0, and then at this point, you know, we can do. So what I'm going to do then is a NOP instruction. I actually don't remember what NOP was. I should. NOP is EA. Oh yeah, so it's like EA. I'm just going to do a bunch of EAs, and then at some point it jumps all the way back to 0204. So this is what I'm going to type in. So we go to 0200 A9 1F 850E 20 OC FE A9 FF 85. Right, now A207 loads the X register with 7. Store indexed X is 0 page 95 for address 10. Then we decrement X CA, and then we branch if plus, which is 10, to FB, and then I'm going to put in a few NOPs. This is useful because as I expand the program, I can overwrite the NOPs. Saves me having to sort of relocate. And then I'll do the 4C with an absolute jump, which is back to 0204. So what this will actually do is continually write FF onto all the digits. So FF will light all of the LEDs. It should cause the display to light up completely. So we'll see if that happens. So hit reset and go to 0200, and yeah, that worked. So I'm kind of a bit shocked at the reliability of my coding here, because, you know, one little foot wrong and it'll crash, but that didn't crash. So what I've got now is actually a display that I can operate. The my display consists of 64 LEDs, 8 digits with 8 LEDs per digit. If I make any game, I have to use that as the display for the game. What'll be quite good is just to sort of create a kind of procedural moving scene of some kind. Would be a good thing to head to. I'm not sure yet what I'm going to do with it, but if I could have a scrolling display, that would be quite nice. I suppose it makes sense to do a scrolling display though as just a generic scrolling. So whatever I put in there, I can have scroll. Anything that's in there would scroll. So if I want to do that, it isn't so hard actually. I don't know what I'd fill the one digit with. I could just, I don't have a random number generator. That would be fun. I'd do a random number generator. It's a very simple one from the Acorn Atom operating system. But I think for now what I'm going to do is try to make a scrolling display. So whatever gets put on one end will move. So how do I scroll the data? It's just an extension of this really. Instead of well, this jumps back to 0402. if I have anything to generate sort of the scene as it scrolls across, I can put that after. I'm going to rewrite this code a little bit to support scrolling rather than just filling the whole thing. We'll start with 07, which I know is this digit at the end here, it's this one. So I want to read that digit and write it here and just do that down the chain, starting with, yeah, which way do I want this to move? I want things to move this way, so in fact I have to go in the other direction. I'll load, and I'm not putting the FF in there because then I don't have to sort of write it out twice. And that isn't jump anyway, that's jump to subroutine. So this is load X with 0. And then let's just do EA here. Because I really don't need... Oh, actually, we just swap it around. A2, 0, 0. So this is load X with 0. So then the first thing I do is A9. Well, not A9 because that's immediate. I want to read it indexed. What was that? That was load accumulator B5. B5 is load a 0 page indexed by X is B5. So let's do that. B5 10. No, B5 11, because that will be the next digit on. I load the next digit on with, I load the accumulator with, like that, and then I store it at 10. So in fact this is going to be reading it from the next byte and store it in the previous byte. So it's constructing the scroll, but I need to continue with the execution of the thing, but this is now going the other way. I need to increment X instead of decrement X. Increment X is E8, so that we go there and do an increment X. But now I need it to do that until I need to increment X until I reach a specific value. So for this I need to do a compare compare X pardon me, compare X immediate, which is E0. So after incrementing this I can do E0. Now a compare is basically a subtraction, but it doesn't store the result anywhere, only sets the status flags. I want to compare it with 0, 8. 0, 8. So I increment X and then compare X with 0, 8. Then I branch if not equal, and branch if not equal, where are you? BNE is D0. Branch if not equal, I have to go back from FF, FE, no, FE, FF, FE, FD, FC, FB, FA, F9, F8, F7. So D0 F7 should get me to jump back to 0209. Branch if not equal to 0209. that's a scroll. I display the current state. These little instructions here are enough to scroll the display. I'm going to go to 0212 and we'll just do the EAs and then we're there. So let's try this. Is the next program to try 0200, and so we have A9 1F 850E OE 850E 20 OC FE A9 FF. Now this is where it changes. Instead of A9 I'm going to do A2 load X, A2 load X with 00, and then B511 B511 load A with indexed Z starting at address 11 95 9510. It's the same. This is store the accumulator at indexed 0 page starting at 10. E8 now instead of CA, so E8 is increment X. We then do compare X, which is E0 with 08, and branch if not equal backwards D0 F7, which I've calculated as being the correct point to branch to. Then we have some EAs, and then we have 4CO2 FF. For CO402, sorry. So if this works, what we should have happen. Now the vinyl will happen. I'm not using the audio programmer because I want to actually do it on the real thing here, and frankly, why not? I'm interested in the workflow. If I go and actually use that tool, then it's not the same workflow as I had to use. This is exactly the workflow I had, except I used paper and pencil to write out the program, and I wasn't streaming, you know. But I have the tool there when I need it, because there's certain things that I don't want to have to do, and that is relocate code manually by having to retype it in. So what I can do is edit that file and then get it to reload. I can move stuff around because I can just edit the start address and then load it in, and so then I have a way of relocating code in memory here without needing to actually type it out. So there you go. Let's try this. Will it scroll? It did. Did you see it scroll? I saw it scroll. It's actually scrolling whatever is in the final address. So I think I shouldn't go quite all the way. I need to stop at 7. And then if I want to clear things, then I need to do A9 A900, and then on the next one 0214 85, and store this in memory location 17, which is the rightmost digit. So this is going to clear the display with a scroll. So let's just try that. We're going to have some nice EAs in there. NOPS F7. Load the accumulator with 00 and store it in address 17. We're going to run this version. Should be the same. See a nice scrolling action, clearing the display. It actually did it. I didn't see that. Let's do it again. You'll see it scroll. Isn't that cool? I like that. So I'm doing pretty well. Scroll it. Okay. Now, one of the things is that it just scrolls and it's empty. So how about every now and then I put a new sort of byte in there. Now how can I could do that by just reading memory, I suppose. I could use the Y register. Now you see, if I was smart, I would put some NOPs, no operations, at the beginning here. Then I could insert code at the front. I need to set the Y register, and I didn't. I didn't do that. So what you had to do traditionally in this case to save you from having to type all this in is you'd create a new entry point later and then have it jump. So this is where I will use the tool to save me having to retype this all in, because that's just really annoying. So let's see if that works. But you know what, the problem is the tool's not quite ready. I mean, I've done the components, but it's not streamlined. I will do it the way that I would have had to do it before. It's like, maybe we'll put something at 0300 in this page. Would be load immediate Y. So load immediate Y. Because what I'm going to do is each time it's scrolling, I'm going to pull the next byte out from 0 page memory. So if we look at the game, because it's a testable change, right? So load Y immediate is A0. So this would be A0, load Y immediate with address 0. I mean, technically I don't care, I could not initialize it, but 0302, let's do a bunch of EAs, and then we're going to do jump to 4C 0002, and now this will be the starting address. We'll start at 0300. So that way I didn't have to shift anything. So that was another technique you could use. Let's go to, yes, 0300. And I am going to do A0, which is load Y, immediate with 00, and then do some EAs. Did 16, so it just saves me having to type out 4C 0002, reset, go to address 300. Going to test this because it should just work. That change won't change any behavior. Yeah, that works fine. Okay, testing. Smallest testable change. Let's when I have finished with, oh yes, let's put this here, was load the accumulator with 0, and then this is store A0 page. But what I'm actually going to do is change this now so that it's loading indexed Y0 page. So that is load YZ. No, load AZY. Looking for it. Load AZX. Maybe there isn't a load AZY. I thought there was. Load Y, load A0 page, load A load a index 0 page, index by X. Load A. Oh, there it is. There is an AY. Oh, interesting. No, there is only a 0 page on the X. But you can do indexed Y, and it's B9. But this is a slower instruction because it's not a 0 page, but it's more flexible. You can read any memory with that. So I think what I need is B9. Let's check here. B9, load A, address Y. So I think B9 is, it's a 3-byte instruction, B9, and the address is 0000, right? Because I'm actually reading 0 page, because there isn't a fast one for the Y register. I don't want to use the X register because then I'd have to save. I would have to save it because I'm using it for the other loop. I've got a loop inside a loop. The outer loop is the Y register and the inner loop is the X register. So that loads that, and then I store that result into 17, which is the extreme right hand bit. And then after that, 0217, what I'm going to do is increment Y. Now I can't remember the code. 88 was decrement Y. I could use that. I can't remember increment Y. Come on. Can you remember it? 88 decrement Y, which I thought was decrement X, but it was decrement Y. Increment Y. B4 came to mind. Yeah, that's nothing. That's load Y. All right. Ini, where are you? Oh, C8. Oh, C8. I remember that one. That's familiar. C8. And that's increment Y. And I actually don't mind that it just increments. It will. It's only an 8-bit register, so it will just clock, and that's fine. So what should happen is I'll be streaming each byte. Just read the value of each byte in 0 page memory, write it to the left hand display after scrolling, and I should have a nice scrolling display if this works. You have no idea. You have no idea what I'm doing. I'm doing graphics on a calculator display, making it scroll. That's all there is to it. So A9 1F850E 20C A2 B5 1195 E8 E0 07. Right, that was 08, but it's now 07. D0 F7 A9. Right, that's right. On this one is where it changes. B9 00 0000 and 8517 C8, and that's it. So let's see if this works. I should have a scrolling display. it went black. So it didn't. I don't think it crashed, but it's not waking. It's not waking. It's not working as intended. So the reason why it went blank is because when I hit go, that digit, when I hit go, the digit is blank. So I think B9, I don't think this B9 instruction is really working. So let's debug it. The address of that one is 0212 B90000. Let's have a look at the documentation of the B9. B9 load A comma Y. So here's a 3-byte instruction. It should be loading the accumulator with Y. With the address 0000 plus Y, which is 0. I load it and then I store it at 17. So this is where it gets fun, because look at that. Doesn't work. So to figure this out, I'm going to say, how do I debug it? So now you're looking at how I develop my first debugging methodologies, because you know there's nothing really to go on with here, to get on with here, is there? I mean, what have we got? I haven't got a debugger. So what do you do to figure it out? And so the best approach is, when you haven't got anything else, any other way to do it, is simplify your code to see if you can simplify it to make it make sense. All I'm seeing is a blank screen or a blank fill. I'm looking at the code and saying, well, that shouldn't happen. So here's what I do is I change this instruction to load immediate and make sure that if the accumulator has a value in here, that is used to fill the display. So I will go to address, so I modify the code and run the test. This is at 0212. I'm going to do A9, which is load accumulator, with FF, and then this is a missing, you know, it's a 2-byte instruction instead of 3, so I can use an EA or no operation to you know, padded out. And see, now that didn't work. It's going black as well. So this means I'm missing something. Now the only thing I can think of is because I changed the endpoint to 7 and compare with 7. It used to be 8. And I'm thinking, oh, that's got to be right. But except something is wrong, so if I keep saying that's got to be right to everything, I'm not going to get anywhere. So I'm changing this to 08. And see if, because I'm trying to get it to fill the display now. Alright, well, what's interesting there is that it is filling it, but not with FF. So again, that's really weird. I'm doing A9 from here. On 212 A9 FF. I load the accumulator with FF and I store it at 17, which would be the digit on the extreme right. So okay, that makes no sense because it's not filling that digit with a thing. So I'm quite puzzled now. So again, that didn't work as expected. So I have to simplify until I get to a point where it does what's expected of it. So one way of doing that, because I've hardwired this. Yeah, I hardwired. I made that to low A9 FF. Okay. What I can do is, in the scrolling algorithm, it's if I change this to NOP, O20B to NOP, no operation, it will execute everything the same, but it simply won't store the results when doing the scroll. Now the point of this is that I can be sure then that is not interfering with the only writing that I am doing, which is ultimately just putting FF in location 17. I should have this digit fully light up. So devise that test. We're going to go to O20B into OB, hit M again. This is the 9510, and I'm going to put EA, 2 no operations in there. And go. You see, that's interesting. It didn't light it up. That is really weird. It has no choice but to do it, so I'm missing something. I'm missing something obvious. O212, hit memory, A9FF. I load the accumulator with FF, 85, store Z17. 10 is the leftmost digit, so 17 should be the rightmost. Okay, let's change this to 10. There must be something else going on, so I'm changing it to 10. So what I'm doing is writing FF into 10. Let's run that. It doesn't work. Now the funny thing is I did this test before, didn't I? It was like, and it worked. So, right, let's just check the code. A91F850E20CFE. Put the operating system into free running mode and then call the display subroutine. Then A200 load X with 00 B511, load A with Z index 11. I know that was working because I could see a scrolling going on. The 9510 has been replaced with 2 EAs. I have an increment X which is E8. I compare the X with 07, or right now it's 08, and then D0 branch if not equal 0209. Let's just check that again. FF, FE, FD, FC, FB, FA, F9, F8, F7. That's the bug, is I've got the branch address I think is wrong, and it's jumping into the middle of an instruction causing all kinds of chaos, but it didn't crash, amazingly. Let's just try. Well, it would have interpreted this as 10, which is branch if it jumped here. 10 is branch if plus. E8 would have taken it all the way back into the stack. Oh gosh knows what it did. How it didn't crash. Well, let's just confirm that. So this would be FF, FE, FD, FC, FB, FA, F9, F8, F7. No, it's fine. FF, FE, FD, FC, FB, FA, F9, F8, F7. It goes exactly there. So never mind, that theory was wrong. That branch looks correct. Is a branch if not equal? I know that it's carrying on because otherwise the display would go blank. The display can only run if the CPU, if this is being called, right? The CPU is running and that's being called regularly. So we have 4C0402. Let me just check that. Yeah, that is 0402, so it jumps back to here. So all of that is correct. Weird. A9 FF EA 10. Oh. What's a 10 doing there? Oh, there is a mistake. A9 in a different place. A9 FF. There was an EA, and then that gives us to 15. And I have 10 here. That's wrong. It should be 85. I had a 10 extra byte 10 inserted in the middle and I didn't see it. Okay, I think I've corrected that. So basically what I had done is added in between here a 10, which would have been a branch if plus, which would have jumped it straight into the middle of the stack. Again, I have no idea why. Well, maybe it didn't because it wasn't plus. But it was a branch. Ah, and the branch happened before the store AZ, before this store instruction. So it meant that it wasn't storing. That does explain why my write to address 17 wasn't working. Okay, so let's try running this. Yes, okay, that is great. Now that is lit up, which is the behavior that I expected. Now we've debugged that. We remove the, I have to remove these checks, these diagnostic changes that I put in. B511 9510, and then we have E8 E007 D0 F7 A9. No, this is now B9. Putting it back. B9 0000 8517 C8. This should be doing the scrolling. Well, it did, but it's filling this up with something else, and it's not doing a nice, pretty sort of. Aha. Uh-oh. Guess what? I forgot. Classic. Jump to subroutine. This subroutine, which does the display, probably wipes out the Z, the Y register. Hey, Alessandro, how you doing? Good to see you. So the reason why it isn't working is because I am relying on Y value being retained through the loop, but I have to call this function to run the display every time, and when I do that, it's probably wiping out the value of Y. So what I can do is change the initialization part here as follows. A900, load the accumulator with 00, store into 0 page at address FF, where FF is the topmost byte of 0 page. I think actually, you know, I don't need to do, I can do 20 actually, because I think the first 32 bytes of RAM are reserved for the operating system, and I am calling the operating system here, so I need to respect that. But I think I can use 20. 20 is free for me. Instead of incrementing Y, I'm going to store this value in address 20. So that will be done there, and then I need to jump in. So let's go and do that. Address 0300 A000 becomes A900, and then 8520, and then it's going to jump. Now this will then proceed as normal here, but it just makes this code a little different. Before I can do load A with the contents of address Y plus 0000, I need to load Y. So let's go to address 0212, and I'll just type in the first. So this 0212, I need to load Y with a 0 page address. So let's see if I've got that. Load Y 0 page is A4. So instruction A4 load 20. So this is load Y from 0 page 20. It's the same 20 that I put a 0 in here. Then having done that, I can then load the memory address 00 plus whatever was in 20 and load it into the accumulator to store it. then increment the value of y, and then 0218, we want to do the store y, and it should be load y. We want to store yz, so store y and 0 page is 84, and we store it at address 20. Store y in 0 page. So this modification means that I'm actually storing the index of the memory that I'm going to display as the thing is scrolling is being stored in address 20 and not in the Y register, so that when I call this subroutine, it doesn't matter that it zaps Y. I load it, I increment it, I store it. So let's try this out. This should hopefully fix that problem. B900008517. No, let's go back. I missed something. 0212. Ah, yes. Because this is 0214, 0217, 0219, 021A. We go to 0212, and this should be A420. And then B90000, and then 8517, and then C8, and then 8420. Okay. So hopefully this time. Oh, there we go. We have scrolling. It's quite fast, isn't it? That's because there's only 8 digits. It's definitely scrolling though for my endless runner. It's scrolling a bit fast though, so I need to slow the thing down. We be scrolling. Mark, yeah. We're scrolling. We're scrolling. I wanna scroll it with you. That's very pleasing. I'm very happy with that. And that effect is literally, I mean, look how few bytes it is. It's this little demo. This is a demo on the Acorn System 1, little demo program. It fits in it fits in 32 bytes. I mean, it's 32 bytes. My word. Pardon pun. It fits in a tweet. This fits in a tweet with room to spare. What I'm going to want to do now is slow it down, and that's a question of how we do that. So I need to look at I think I need to look at the monitor program. This is the operating system. The address that we were jumping to is OCFE or FEOC. right way around. So this is FEOC is here. So it actually saves X. FEOC. Display. Scan 8 digits no matter what. Set up data direction. Y will be 0 and exit. Load AZ repeat. So if we should continue scanning, then top bit is set. See, looking at the operating system. This is the display driver. Ah. Clear Y for later use. Git display. If X was still positive, continue scan. So for some reason it saves X and it makes a point, exclamation mark. Store in address TX. Temporary X. This is address 1A. So when I jump in, the first thing it does is it stores the X register in location 1A. Why? And then what does it do with X? It loads X with 07, and this is on rescan here. All right, what's the next? I want to see where it reads 1A again, so I need to scan through and see. Oh, there's 1A. Retrieve X. So here it retrieves the X. And oh, it just saves it. So it's just basically does not modify. It's designed to not modify the X value. Well, that's handy to know, because then I can use it as a means to get a slower movement rate. So because what this means is that X is saved here. The problem I've got is that I need now to create I need to add space in here, and I haven't left room. But what I could do is make a function, make a subroutine function. So this is going to be display delay. I'm going to put this at address 0380, and I can just scatter the stuff around. You know, this is going to be a subroutine though, but what it's going to do is load the index register with a value such as, let's do 08 and 0382. What can you buy with 32 bits these days? Bytes? What can you? Nothing. Can't get anything. Yeah. We do the old silence there. I thought I was saying, asking Hal, thought I was asking it to play the Danny's theme. So let's do this thing as we go and C8 8420. I'm just randomly saying stuff right now. Right, okay. So then 20 OCFE. This is to call the routine that displays. It displays everything. One scan through. Right? Great. Once that's finished, 0385, we decrement X, which was CA. If I remember rightly. CA decrement X, correct. So we decrement X, and then 0386 branch if not equal, which is D0, FF, FE, FD, FC, FB, FA. Because this subroutine preserves the value of X, all I need to do is call this 8 times. That's what this is trying to do. FF, FE, FD, FC, FB, FA. It's really nice. And then 0388, we need to do an RTS. Oh, what's the RTS instruction? I cannot remember. Let's look for it. RTS. You've got to be here somewhere. There it is. 60, of course it was. 60. That's RTS. This is an actual function. In it, all it does is call the subroutine at FEOC 8 times. So what's great about this is I've just added this little function. I can just come up here and call this one instead. 0380. 80 03. So let's try this. Thanks, Garcia. So, yeah, right. So, well, I'm going to modify my code now. 0200. No, that's the wrong. 0200, and we're going to go through to 0204, which was jump to subroutine, but now it's going to be 8003. So I'm going to jump to my new subroutine. I haven't written that yet. 0380 is where my new subroutine is going, and this is a very simple one. A2 08 20 OCFE. CA. And then D0FA. Branch, if not equal, FA, which is a branch backwards. And then 60 for the RTS. That's it. That change should now get me scrolling more slowly. Still jumping in at 0300. Oh, I do love this network first time. This is so, do you know what? This is so good. It's such a good mental exercise, trying to program in hex without making mistakes. I made one mistake. I inserted a character without thinking about it, but actually I'm doing pretty well, I think. I'm surprised. There you go. You can actually see the scrolling now. Ha ha! This is fun. So these weird hieroglyphics. So I could probably do an endless runner that is just two buttons to step up or down up between the horizontal bars of the 7-segment display, and then you have to just dodge the environment as it scrolls towards you. It's a side-scrolling. I could have enemies as well, side-scrolling shoot 'em up on. I never made a game that sophisticated, but you know, to be fair, the first computer games I ever wrote, I wrote on this. I need to write some games for it. But my head was filled with the arcade machines, and it's like, well, this is not like the arcade machines. No, it's better. Look at that. It's kind of hypnotic. So the actual yeah, well, that's it. I mean, you know, the thing about videos is that you superficiary. Everybody's interested in the superficiary. And I'm not talking about excellent angling when I talk about superficiary. I'm talking about. Sorry, that was a terrible joke. Excellent angling. What videos allow you to do is to very quickly pick up the superficiary of things. Unfortunately, we're in a world that teaches us, we teach our children this, we teach everybody this, I was taught this. Instead of thinking about the journey, it's always thinking about the destination. So it's like, look at this. What's the point of this? What's the point of programming a 40-year-old computer? What is the point? I tell you what the ruddy point is. It makes me feel good doing it. That's the lost art. Doing things because you feel good when you do them. You know, it's like But if you really want, you can say it serves a useful purpose as well. It's improving my programming skills. Everything that I'm doing here is improving my skills in C++. Because this really is where, this kind of programming is where you are on your own. I've got no autocomplete. I don't have a debugger. I don't have a back channel. I don't have a logging system. I don't have anything. I've got a manual. Hey, you can still get stuff done. And if you do the stuff in this environment and you forget about the fact that it's inefficient, what are you doing? You're sharpening yourself. And that's why it feels good. I mean, people play video games. It's a silly thing, isn't it? It's like, hey, everything that we do has got to have a purpose. It's got to have a purpose. It's unless you're playing a video game. So then people play video games. What's the point of a video game? Then people feel uncomfortable about that. So they invent a purpose for video games. You want to play video games so that you can stream. So you can be a popular streamer. You want to play a video game so that you can compete and be a professional gamer. You it's like, why not play video games? Because you feel good when you play video games. That's good enough. Because the irony is that when you forget that, then the video games aren't fun anymore. And what's wrong with fun? I mean, you know, if you're wise, you make a living doing something that you find fun. You know what's really sad? I'm in my mid-50s. I had decades to enjoy programming. I didn't, though. I was always thinking about the purpose. So I had an Acorn System 1. And now, as soon as I got the Acorn Atom, I didn't use it anymore. Oh, well, you know, got to keep moving, got to keep up, you can do this thing, you know. I found this thing that was really confusing me, that as time went by, I found I was being less creative when there was more opportunities and the computers got faster. Everything was more convenient. Get that hard disk, get that upgrade, let's have more RAM, more. And it felt like something was being lost all the time. You see, it's not because those things are bad. It's not nostalgia. Don't for a minute. I'm not talking about nostalgia. What I'm talking about is the inability to take a journey and enjoy the journey for the sake of the journey. And that we as human beings contort ourselves and we teach ourselves and we knock this into our children's heads that everything that we do has to have a purpose is so sad. And I you know, here I am there in my mid-50s, and I'm only recognizing this wisdom now, and I'm looking at this display and I'm looking at this scrolling going on and these random hieroglyphics here, and I'm feeling cool. I feel it feels cool. If I like it, it makes me smile. Because what I did was I managed to stop that little voice that I had when I originally was doing all this to say, well, what's the point? Well, never mind that. You want to make it like that arcade machine. You want I want more. I want graphics. I want this. I want that. Blah, 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 blah. It's like, well, why not just enjoy the journey? And this means a lot to me. Maybe you I don't know if you understand this, if you could appreciate this, but this is actually a big deal for me, because I started with this machine when I was 13. And it's like reconnecting. It's reconnecting with something really important. And so this doesn't look the same as it looked then. If I had done this program when I was 13, I wouldn't have been able to appreciate its beauty in the way that I can now. Because I'd be impatient for the next thing. There is a beauty to this display. You don't see this red. It's a really strong red colour which doesn't come through. And that was probably a really good thing that I've done for me. Hello, Dino, when you were 13. How have you been? Oh man, it's life is a journey, not a destination. And it sounds twee, and there are people who tell you it's twee, and they'll just roll their eyes, and it's just a cynicism I've got no time for anymore. It's not twee, it's the truth. Life is a journey, not a destination, because life's destination is always the same. Life's destination is not life. I mean, there's only one place where we all end up. Ah. Coding was funnier when made on the metal. It reminds me of when I wrote my first pieces of code at school in assembler. Yeah. Does that memory make you feel good? Go back and do it. But in spite of all that, it's actually still practical use because it's improving my skills in C++, and I say that as well just to satisfy that side of my psyche that still has to know there's a purpose to it all. Yeah, there, run along. Do you want an ice cream? You know, yes. Oh, man. So, yeah, and I really, that's good. So I can change the delay, which is just this value here. So let's just see that. So why? I know what'll happen. Yeah, so what? Let's do it anyway. So it goes from, oh, if I put 0, 1, it's like 1 frame. And then when I run it, it's scrolling at full speed. And then I hit memory there. I can change this number. You see, it remembers where it was, which is great. I can just come in and type in another number. Let's have 04. You see, the thing is that which is funny. This is just a hex pad. It's a hex thing with some. This is all that there is. It's not even a full keyboard or anything, right? But in some ways, this is quick. It's quicker than programming, in Visual Studio, and you hit F7 and you have to wait. There's no waiting here. Oh, hello, I want to run the program. Oh, and there we go. Oh, I want to change that number to something else. Okay, we'll do it. Well, how about this? Okay, let's go. Boom. I want to make it more. Okay, reset. Hit M. Hit M again. All right, 20. Fix. Go. It's funny old game that, isn't it? It's very immediate. So let's go and set a value of, I think 06. I tried a few. I think 06 feels like it might be a good speed. So if I want to do this sort of endless runner idea in my game, I'm going to have to think about how to do a procedural level. I mean, in a sense, this is procedural already. I could just make a level, but to put it into perspective, you know, unless I start, if I allow myself 256 bytes for the game code, and I don't mess around with the stack space, if you're not using much stack, you can use the stack memory as well, as long as you don't sort of go in too deep and then zap it. You can also put code in zero page if you want, but let's just sort of say at the starting point, zero page is reserved for zero page. The stack is reserved for the stack. I've got 512 bytes to play with. In general, it's good to keep your code within 256 byte chunks. Not because of caching. There is no cache. The 6502 doesn't have any cache, but what it does, an annoyance that you get, is when you want to do branching, you want to do operations that go between pages, that can be a little trickier. In fact, the conditional branches, they have a limit of 256 approximately bytes forwards and back. It's plus 127, or go back 128. If you want to branch further than that, then what you're going to have to do is chain together branches. Or a very common pattern was to do the reverse branch over a 4C, which is an absolute jump. I was talking about zero page. I explained it over here. So zero page is the address, the 256 bytes at the beginning of memory, and there are instructions, special instructions to access those that require 1 byte less because it assumes zero page. You can see that, well, if we look at, these are accumulator instructions. They load accumulator. The addressing modes are immediate, which is load it with whatever the byte follows this instruction. 0, A5 is load accumulator with the contents of a 0 page address. It's only 2 bytes long. So A510 is load the accumulator with the contents of address 0010. So the CPU instructions specifically designed to operate on 0 page, treating 0 page as fast memory. Even though it's not cached, it just meant there were shorter instructions. So anyway, if I've got to do if I want to do my endless runner and I made a level, I have 256 bytes to put in my level, and at this rate I suppose I could, but that's it. That would be one level. I mean, so the point with an endless runner is it needs to be endless, right? Well, then endless, I don't have an endless amount of memory. So that's why you want procedural. So it'd be good if I had a random number generator, because normally that's what you would do, is use a random number generator. I don't have a random number generator, but I could probably add one. Hey Alessandro, thanks for watching. Have a good night. Take care. We'll play Garcia's theme for you.
Interesting.
Procedural level. I would normally do these things with a random number generator. So what can we do for a random linear congruential random number generator? Let's look this up. So we do a bit of looking up. Here we go. What we want is a linear congruential random number generator in 6502. Here's a random function. Oh, geez, that's far too complicated. There's a much simpler one that was used in the Acorn Atom. Acorn Atom random number generator. It's the random... There we go. It's a very simple. Look at this, amazing. This is a very, very simple random number generator. But actually works quite well. I remember this. It calls it 20 times, and let's give this a go. I'm going to. This is from the Acorn Atom. I'm going to put it into the Acorn System 1. So if I've copied that. Where am I going to put my random number generator? R03. My memory's filling up. 03 A0. Let's try that. Going to enter this in. We need addresses for the random number generator, and I think that's these. Load A5, load from 0 page. Yeah, so these are 0 page addresses. That all makes sense. I will enter this in. So, in memory, going to go to 03A0 and enter in the random A0 20 load X with 32 in decimal A508 read 0 paid memory address OA, but that one is reserved for the operating system. So I'm actually going to use F0 for that one. Actually, why not use FA? It's easier. So we'll use FA. And then logical shift right A. 4A, 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 3 times. Then 450C exclusive OR with address at 0C, which is going to be now FC. Rotate right the accumulator 6A rotate left, address, that's 26. Rotate left, the address F8. Rotate left, the address F9. Rotate left, the address FA. Rotate right, the address FB. Rotate right, the address FC. Decrement Y. Branch if not 0, EB. And there we are. That's in less than 32 bytes again. RTS is 60. I now have a random number generator. Same random number generator is used in the Acorn system, Acorn Atom. So what we'll try, and it will obviously this modifies things, but that doesn't matter. It doesn't modify X. At the moment, my code, what it does is it increments Y, and it's just reading memory, but I'm going to modify this now. So at this point, it's finished scrolling the display, and now I'm looking for the next byte. So in fact, I'm going to change this to call my special routine that I just wrote at 8003. So this is JSR. To that address, A0. Let's get the right one. So by doing that, I now have, it will generate the next random number from within 5 bytes. That random number ends up in well, I need to read any of those bytes. So having called that 0215, I can read A5 from 0 page, the address F, and which did we start with? FA. There. So FA. So I read a 1 byte, a random byte. This is load A Z. Random value, pseudo random value. The thing is that because I'm using a pseudo random number generator, I can actually make the same level appear. This is an old trick. It was used in the game Elite to generate 8 galaxies from nothing but a seed. It's really, so it will allow me to squeeze more into the ridiculously small memory that we have here. So A5FA, I've read the random value back into the accumulator, and then I store that at address 17. So I actually don't need that anymore. I don't need to increment or store Y. I just do that instead. So I'm going to make this modification, and then hopefully it will work with the random number generator. I'm going to just review A91F850A208003. That's my routine to call the update multiple times. A200B5119510 E8E007 D0F7 has completed doing the scroll. It completes the scroll. And then we do a JSR to A003, which is the address of this one is the address of the random number generator. And then after that I read the address FA, which is now a random value. I store it in 17. So A5, FA, I didn't do that bit then. A5 FA 8517, there we go. And then I don't need anything else, so I need to just put EAs in. That's it. Let's see if this works. Oh, look at that, first time again. Oh, yeah, you can't see system 1. How long has that been that way? There we go. So this is looks a little different because now this is actual random values from a pseudo-random number generator. So what I want to do now is have instead of generating a random thing on each sort of frame, I'm going to have it that it just generates ones every now and then. So in order to do that, I need to add a little bit of code here. That was a good test. What I'm going to do is load the random value and then compare it. So comparison, I've forgotten what that was. It's compare, logical compare on the accumulator. Immediate C9, oh yes. So what you do is a C9, I'm going to compare my value from 0 to 255 against a value, a constant. I'm going to make that constant say 4, right? Because the compare immediate was C9. So this is compare immediate 0219 is if it's less, if the random number I get is less than 4, then I want it to put something on the screen, right? So what I'm do is say branch if greater than, what's that? I need to actually use the opcode. Branch if greater than is, do we have one? Branch if plus. It's the same thing as branch if plus, I think. I mean, I subtract 04 away, and if it's plus, then I will branch over. Yeah, let's do that. So branch if plus is 10. Oh yes, I already know that. Branch if plus is 10. And some address, which is, I've yet to decide what it is, 091A 9AB. So if I get to this instruction, it means that I am generating an object. I'm going to pull that, a random one, from FB, which is one of the other random digits. And then branch if there isn't a branch always, but I know that I've loaded A9 with FB, which means that, you know, the flags will be set. So because FB is, oh no, it could be 0. Wait a minute, because I'm actually loading the, all right, okay. It could actually be 0. Is there a there isn't a branch always, is there? Branch if plus, relative addressing mode. Okay. I wonder if, you know, it's probably actually faster to do the following, which seems counterintuitive. Load A9 with FB, or with 0. No, that doesn't work. Oh, right. Yeah, I'm being a fool. Oh no, I'm not, because I have to hold it in the X register, in the address register. Sorry. Well, why don't I just do the instruction transfer from X to A? Would probably be absolutely fine. So what happens is there's a tax instruction. Tax. It's AA. I remember AA. Yes. Okay. So what happens then is that I load the random value into. Oh, I don't even need to use that. I can just load load 0 page X LDX0. Right, that's A6 is LDX0. So what I do is load the random value into X, and then I can compare with X. CPX immediate is E0. That will work. And then, right, so 0215 will be load the accumulator A9 with 0. Excellent. I load the accumulator with 0, and now I'm using the X register to check. So I load the random num value into the X register. I compare the X register with immediate value 04. And then after doing that, I check to see if it's plus, and if it is plus, it means that it's bigger than 4, which is most of the time going to be the case. I need to put the instruction in there, so 5, 6, 7, right. I'll calculate what that is in a moment, but otherwise it does an A9 load immediate, no, A5 loads 0 page into the register FB. So this is load A 0 page 021BCD is 85, so we store this into address 17, which is the rightmost digit. This branch has to branch around this instruction, so that's 2, 3, 4. It's 04. No, there it's 0. It's 02. 0, 1, 2, and we get to that. So what happens is I load A with 0, but if the random value I get from FA is less than 4, then it will override that value with what it reads from another random digit, FB. It stores that result in 85 and then continues. So this, to change the behavior, I'll just try this out. Memory of oh dear, 4C. Right, I overwrote the wrong thing. So let's do 0210, 0210, hit memory, and it's D0, F720A003, A9, this is where it changes, A900, A6, FA, E0, 04, 10, 02, A5, FB, 85, 17, and then address 21. That's why. B, C, D, E, F, O, 1, 21. So that actually needs to 4, C, 04, 02. I don't know, we'll try it. This should, in theory, work. Okay, this is not behaving the way that I was looking at it behaving, because I'm getting something sort of random every digit, which is not what's supposed to happen. So let's review the code. After running the random number generator, I load A with 0, I load X with a random number, I compare it immediately, I load it into X. That was A6. Make sure A6 load X 0 page. We compare it with X, which is E0. Compare X immediate. Branch if plus. To here. Otherwise I load A with the zero. Load the accumulator, A5, A5, load 0 page into the accumulator for FB random digit and save the accumulator in address 17. Out on the face of it, which is correct, but could be that I have the sense the wrong way around. So what I'm going to try is to change this 04 Oh, you know, I shouldn't be using branch if plus or branch if minus, because I'm trying to do an unsigned comparison. That could be a contributing factor. Well, you do a subtraction and you want to know if the carry flag in the end is set. You didn't have a kind of, if it's clear, it means there was a carry. So basically, if the carry flag is cleared, it means that the subtraction in effect created a negative number. So I actually need to do branch. Yeah, okay, so the equivalent of plus happens, it's set. Yes, so this would be branch if carry set, which is B0. That could be a contributing factor, but what I'm going to do is make this 80. The point about that is to see if I get half of the digits blank. So that's 0219 E0 and then B0 instead of 10, B0 02, and the E0 is going to be 80 instead. Now what I'm noticing when I look at that is about 50% of the digits are not blank, but they are always the same thing, which suggests that FB is not random. That's weird. Can you see that? It's like there's the same, but that should be blank. Why is it not blank? If I load the accumulator with 0, nothing else I do here Okay, well what I'll do is replace this with a couple of NOPs, and then what it should be always blank, because things are not making sense. O2 1D A5 BF. I'm going to do EA EA I think it crashes because it suddenly disappeared. So it's hard to tell sometimes if there was a crash. 2021B Ah. I put the knops were staggered by 185. Okay, let's try this again. Yeah, that's really weird. What's that shape? A900. I put this as... It has to be that A900 doesn't work for some reason. So that's at address 0215. Ah, there it is. It's a typo, I think. Oh, worse than a typo. 0212 208003. Then I need A9, and then it's A5 instead of A9. So there is A900. There it is. I did A500 instead. It was reading the contents of the 0 address and 0 page instead. It's 02 A5 and FB. So we do A5 and FB 8517 reset. So there was a bug. Yeah, there we go. This is what I was looking for. So now I've spaced out the digits which are filled with things. I'm never done. When is anyone ever done? I'm often done for, but I'm never done. So that's cool. Now what I'm going to do is change the compare value to 4 as I originally wanted. Well, let's make it 8 because that's pretty rare. So this is 021A. Reset 021A. 80 is now 08. And I go, and there's more space in between. So you could imagine now that in this endless runner you're moving along and you have to react when these things appear at random. That's quite good. I'm going to actually, just for effect, speed the thing up. The display delay is an 0381. Memory 0381. That's currently 06. I'm going to take it down to 02. Cool. And maybe make it a little more frequent. So the frequency, so I'm doing a bit of tuning now. Frequency of is 021A. How likely it is in any given frame that a thing is generated. I'm going to try 10 actually. So you can see how this could turn eventually into my endless runner. Now one of the problems is that I need to have a sense of movement. Even when the screen is blank. So maybe the dots are the right thing to use for that. And then what I could do is have it so that, yeah, our initial idea is that you can move up and down at 3 levels, and then you have to dodge the shapes that come. So it's a bit like Flappy Bird in that sense. kind of. There's a little further tuning. This is a bit high actually. I'm going to go to OC and then 03, what was it? Displayed at 381. Put back 06. Hello. There was a big delay. Oh, 04. So what I'm going to do is save this. But maybe after, maybe I should just save that one. All right. I'm going to save that, and then I can continue it another day. So now, why is it that I'm not seeing the signal? Bit weird. It's something has gone wrong with the recording, since it doesn't seem. It doesn't seem to be recording. Something is up. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I need to save it. Audacity. Oh, right, okay, what is going on here? Oh, there we go. I think it was just a glitch. There we are. So I can record that. What am I saving? I might as well just save all of program memory from 0200 up to 0200 to 0400 and start recording that and save. Here we are. We're going to save that as infinite runner. So that's that. I'm just going to verify that this works. I'm going to hit load. Oh, hang on. There we are. Right. It's just loading it. There we go. So I can load it back into my system one. I've saved my work, and I think that was pretty successful. Thanks very much for watching. A bit tired now. I think I'm gonna go have a rest. And yeah, so the latest release, my latest single release is the it's Humming. I'll put that on again. That came out tonight. A couple of weeks we're looking at The Garden, which will be released as well. Wow. Cool beans. All right. Thanks. Thanks, Tony, Mark, Mike, and there was someone else on watching. Thanks for watching. I should be back again tomorrow with more exciting stuff. Maybe I'll hook up the circuit that I did over there, which was to listen for sudden noises, and connect it to the system one. That would be cool. You can make this listen. Ha! Whatever. Alright, take care everybody. Must remember that when I change scene here, the mic gets muted. I've so many times I switched this over, you know, to this one. Like, and when I keep talking, people can't hear me, and then yeah, it's terrible. So let's not do that. Tomorrow we finally turn a profit on our Acorn project. Dream on. We're humming.
When things don't work out, there ain't no need to shout. Just keep on humming, humming. When you're feeling small, hear the universe is cold. When there's trouble coming, just keep on humming.